Good morning. How is everyone today? You're beside yourself with giddiness? Oh, wow. Thank you for the follow. Oh, that sucks, Soda. Definitely been there before. Okay, let me see where I'm at. I'm just going to start off by doing a continuing where I left off. The row is going to be double crochet, chain space, double crochet in a pattern like this blue row, this green one, this yellow, and this one. Well, not this one. This one is solid, but good easy stitch to start with. Good morning, Sinichu. I hope you're doing well today. Oh, also, this is only really relevant to you, Sin and Sai. I added a few, like, rules/guidelines in my little, on my page. And they're, like, nothing strict or crazy, but basically, like, no discrimination and all that good stuff. But since you two are mods, I figured it'd be good to let you know. Is my microphone picking up sounds from the other room by chance? I see my mic flickering, but when I'm not talking. That is Sai in the other room watching YouTube. I don't mind if it's quiet. I just wanted to verify if people could hear it or not. Mostly as a tale of caution for you. Choose wisely. What I mean by choose carefully is, like, don't get me got with any claims. If it's for your own personal viewing, I don't really know if it affects anything. If it's, like, funny videos. I think that's probably just for music. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, I wanted to show you all, when I talk about my giant cup of tea that's actually a cereal bowl, I have it, and I can't show you the front of it because all my tea will fall out, but this is how big it is. It is very large, and it is like that deep. It holds about 5 cups of water in it. I don't know how to, I don't remember what the metrics for that is, but it holds a lot of tea. That's why sometimes when I ask Sai if we can go on break, it's because I have had a whole Cheshire Cat of tea. And that's quite a large amount first thing in the morning. This is going to be like a cowl slash circle scarf thing. I'm loosely basing it off of a cowl pattern that I did that was double crochets only. Actually, I can get you one for reference. Hold on. Okay, what I'm hoping this will look like at the end, because I've never freeform crocheted one before, is this. It looks kind of like a big tube with a flared bottom, and you wear it on your neck, and the long part can come up and be sort of like a hood when it's cold or windy. And there's no long parts like a traditional scarf, so there's no, like if you carry bags and stuff, there's no dangly bits to get caught up in backpack straps. I like them a lot. And I wanted to make one that was really colorful. I made the brown one, and I have one that's variations of like reddish and orange, but nothing super colorful. I figured since it was definitely an LGBT friendly stream, which kind of a given, but there's that, and then it was about to be June whenever I started streaming, so I figured I would choose the rainbow one. Just to keep it classy. I also wanted to start with a project like this because they are easy enough that for beginners, if you fudge the edges a little bit, you connect them all at the end, and if it's a little bit uneven, you can kind of stitch it together in such a way that hides it with a seam, and any weird edges can just be on the inside of the finished product, and then you would really never know the difference. I tend to do a lot of projects that have a pretty good margin for error just because sometimes I get distracted, and then I don't have to undo all of my work, which I've had to do a couple of times, and it is kind of depressing because doing all of the stitches, like, say you do 2 hours worth of crochet and then you notice your count is off. 2 hours of crochet you can undo in a matter of 10 minutes, and it's, I don't know, it's easy to feel kind of defeated when that happens. So I tend to go for easier projects a lot of the time. Good morning, Zach. Speaking of tea. It's going pretty good over here. Are you a master yet, Zach, or do you still have to wait for that? I need to know the exact moment when your title changes. Seven more weeks? Why can't they just give it to you now? Sin, I like how you spelled that the way that I said it. He's getting his master's degree. You could talk about hats if you wanted to. Oh yeah, the Ren Fair. Vaxxed and ready to go. You soaked your nails? What did you soak them in? Just water? I don't know much about nail maintenance, honestly. I mostly just paint mine, and I used to get mine done, but I don't know a whole lot about the process, honestly. This row I think I'm just going to do solid again, just to, because I've been doing the broken chain, like, not broken up, it's like a mesh stitch every other one. And I really like how these look, but I don't know how many more rows of the shells I will add, just because it did give us so many more, like, stitches, like 2 on the edge, I think, and it's going evenly, but I don't want to risk making it even wider. So I'm trying to kind of strategically figure out how I'm going to keep it, like, because I'm pretty okay at freeform so far, but I've also only been doing it a very little while. Oh, okay, I used to use that. I don't even know what a Morgrim is. You probably wouldn't like it, Sai. It's probably one of those Pokemon that in your world is fake. See, I would always take the cotton ball, I would dip it in the acetone, and I would just rub the fuck out of my nail, and eventually it would all come off. And sometimes I would just use Q-tips. I never did anything with tinfoil. Ooh, that's actually a really good idea, Zach. I'd never considered that. Oh, the dip nails. Okay, that is different than what I just had regular nail polish. I used to get my nails done about every 2 weeks, and I would get the gel nails. They got kind of expensive, but also I was trying to help people get my pronouns as much as possible, so I took a break on the nails. But I do like them a lot, and it's really fun to get it done. I liked the gel a lot because it was the only stuff that wouldn't break when I was doing prep for the pizza place. Oh, this one. Zach, you are saying dangerous things. People keep threatening me with nails, but nobody has threatened to bring over a gel kit with a light. Well, fuck, twist my arm about it. I'm doing pretty good, Sin. I had something else to say and then my mind went blank. Oh yeah, I've been pretty much thinking all week about this project that I've been working on, and I had to talk myself out of working on it like 3 different times so that I could save it for the stream. So I've actually been kind of hyped. Not that I planned anything specifically for it, as I am just kind of making it up as I go, but there was a few times where I was just sitting here where, like when Patrick and Mitch were streaming, and I was like, you know, I could just do 1 row of crochet on this, and then I had to be like, no, because they're gonna notice. And that would be rude. Any yarn that changes color, I just get really super excited about. Crocheting is like a special interest of mine, and the yarn is like, when it changes color, I can't explain it. It just gives me good tinglies in my brain. It's very stimmy. We don't care if you stem or stem. I started doing my other pattern. I started skipping every one instead of going into each one. Dang. Look at me. Getting all confused. Oh, and I did it again. I keep wanting to put a chain space in between them, and then that's where it gets me. There's a stuffle in the chat, which is either a teddy bear or a creature with allergies. from if I could just judge it by its name for a minute. Stretch. Okay. Stretch my arms. I'm gonna do another row of puff stitches. I'm gonna do these ones like a little bit smaller than the other ones though. Instead of doing 10 on the hook, I'm just doing 8. Itchy. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? Some woman on the internet. He's been watching these comedy skits where people are basically tasked with making each other laugh in a room with, it seems like, a limited amount of props. And it's quite funny. They'll just walk in and like and part of the joke is that they're not allowed to laugh. They have to keep like water in their mouth and their mouth closed, and if they spit out the water they lose. And people will walk in just like the most heinous wigs and just, I don't know, they'll just do a random impersonation that you just weren't expecting or something, and it's really good. Oh, I love Whose Line. That is probably like God tier television. Was their intro video just them laughing? No offense if it is. I'm just curious. That's good. Good morning, little stubby toes. I hope your game finished up well last night with Quinn. And I don't know who that other person is, but they play games with you a lot. Yes, sheep. But their username is not sheep. It's not the word sheep. And that's why for a while I wasn't 100% sure. Yeah, bluish aphid. That'n. 3 times combo killer. He's a hot shot like that, eh? I thought it was Bloody Mary whose name you have to say 3 times. I never seen Candyman because I heard it. The cuter it sounds, the less I should watch it, probably. Because I feel like that's just gonna scare me more. I'm gonna sip my tea and then I'm gonna take a potty break. Because I've been sipping a lot of tea this morning. I promise I won't make this a habit though. I'll be right back. I'm gonna hit the starting screen, and also I wanted to tell you guys later that I think, I'm not sure if we're gonna finish it or if it'll look good, but I'm gonna try and make a break screen for myself later when we do art. So I'm gonna turn on the starting screen. Alright, I'm back. Sorry that took so long. Thank you, little stubby toes. I made it myself. Sinichu, from Jewish person to Jewish person, I'm here to tell you that an ice cream sandwich is exactly the same as a bagel. They are exactly the same. Same level of kosher, same everything. There's a Gliscor in the chat. That's a pretty cool bat type thing. I think it might be dark and poison. I know that there's some edgy people like me in the chat who like Pokemon of those types. I'm not gonna lie to you all, I did also think about doing some like Pokeball themed Pride art at some point. I wasn't sure if I was gonna do it on camera or not. Excuse me. I wasn't sure if I was gonna do it live or not. And I'm also not sure, like, I know that a lot of people get away with Pokemon fan art, but I also know that Nintendo likes to nerf people sometimes. And I'm really afraid of that happening. Like, I don't think it will. If we think it's a good idea, then we will do it. Okay. If we're saying do it, then I will do it. I don't care. Yeah, Nintendo and Disney are both iffy, but I've also seen, like, for as many people as I've seen get to cease and desist stuff, like, there's always, like, easily 50 more on Etsy, you know? Like, safely selling their handmade little wares. And then I also could simply just opt to not sell it and only have it as a for fun piece, and then they really couldn't get me. Because I'm not gonna lie, I've made some Pride art where I'm just like, listen, don't pay a corporation, pay your friendly gay for Pride Month. I've done that before, totally, but I also don't need everything I make to be for profit. Yeah, and see, all the money I've made from art in this year so far is $1.57. And it wasn't even for fan art, so. See, and that's kind of what I've been doing, Zach, for a while. I used to have a lot of fan art on my Instagram, which a lot of it I probably would keep archived anyway because it's just old and it's not as good as the stuff I do now. But I used to do it a lot more, and then when I wanted to start taking it a little bit more seriously, I hid a lot of it because I didn't know if it would if it would ever come back to haunt me or not. Financially speaking. Oh yeah, Sinichu loves stickers. Zach makes stickers, Sin. Zach has a store. It's called Spicy Bunny. And we love a spicy bunny. Oh yeah, Zach, one thing I brought up to the guys once, like maybe not a few, like a week ago, tops, that I meant to ask you about was when you make stickers, can you make like a sticker sheet that has different stickers on it? Okay, so that's good news because what I was thinking would be cool, and like, I mean, they said it would be cool, but they didn't seem like they were as sure about it as I was I think it would be cool to take the Cyclops emotes and put them on a sticker sheet. Like all of the little sharks and stuff. Plus, like, I see people selling their merch and stickers all the time, but I've never seen anyone have, like, a sticker sheet before. And I thought that would be really unique. I don't know, like, what their stream budget is going to say about it, but I think that that's something we should absolutely pressure them into doing. We should bully them if we have to. Especially because those, like, I mean, I drew all of them, so then I'm technically going to be getting a sticker sheet of my own work on top of getting cool emotes, and then I'm going to put them on my Surface Pro case and parade it around. It's going to be great. I think that would just be like, that would probably be the best thing we could ever do. Sin coming in with the Canadian dollar. Which I'm told looks like Monopoly money, which is amazing. Unless that's a different part of, like, the world and I'm just dumb. But I've heard it comes in colors. The funky colored money. Scratch and sniff maple scented money. Canada really has it all. Spend a whole vacation just eating your spending money. I'm doing this way off. Wait, Sin, do you live in the super, super cold part of Canada? I guess that's fair. Oh, okay, okay. I don't know a whole lot about Ontario, but I know that it's like one of the basic places that you hear about. Also, when I was in college, I was in a creative writing class with a guy named Ontario, which I thought was interesting. Yeah, I hadn't either. Like, out of all of the place names I've ever heard, I've never heard that one. Yes. I need some new stickers. Yay! Thanks, Zach. I want to say that I'm close to getting about halfway through this yarn ball. And I'm not sure with like all these puff stitches that I'm doing, I might have to add some more yarn at some point to make it big enough to be both a neck cowl and a hood. Which doesn't bother me at all. I mean, I have it was between two yarn balls to start this project, but I wasn't going to be surprised if it came to that. That'll just make the piece even more unique with different yarn colors in it. I did not mean to bump my microphone. Oh, come on. Okay. Da, da, da. This is looking pretty good, I think. This is a little bulbous right here, but that's okay. Oh, I have to stretch again. I am a little bit stiff this morning, I'm not gonna pretend. I think it's because it's been raining a lot. It's fairly soft, Sin. This yarn is like, it's not scratchy. I would call it not really plushy, but it softens very easily, like in the wash, if you use a little bit of like liquid fabric softener. Some people even wash the yarn before they use it. I don't really know if it makes a difference. I mean, for me it would, because I don't have a yarn baller, so I would have to wind it back up by hand, and I'm just not going to do that. So I tend to work with it first and then wash it, but I mean, it's pretty soft. I like the way it feels a lot, and like when you use varied stitches like this, it tends to make pretty much the whole project like kind of plushy, because it gets a good texture. I'm going to do another row of cluster stitches like I did here, which was groupings of 2 double crochets, 1 and 1/2 double crochet. And I don't know if I specified this before, but since you're putting 3 in 1 stitch, and the next row will go in either every stitch or every other stitch, it's important to make sure you count the groups so that you don't add a million stitches to your row. Like with the shell stitches, I want to say that I added 2, I believe, either 2 or 4, potentially. And but stuff like clusters, if you're like freeforming for the first time or something, they can get kind of out of hand very easily, because they do depend a lot on stitch count to look even and balanced. Oh shit. Pulled my switch out. There's a Wigglytuff in the chat. Not to sound hella American right now, but somebody's just fucking shooting outside. Like, in town. And I'm not worried because where I live, it usually isn't, like, something to be worried about because it is so common. But it is just so loud. Congrats, Zach. Yeah, like actual pew pew. If I had to guess, I would say somebody was shooting a 22. Zach, you hear the pew pew on every end of this town. We are nothing but class. Oh gosh, my stitch is all jacked up. No, I fixed it. Never mind. It's not jacked up. It's fine. Oh, it was most definitely somebody just, like, in their yard or whatever. There is one neighbor, however, and I don't know who it is. It only happens, like, it hasn't happened in a while, honestly. But it has happened, like, 2 or 3 times in the year and a half that we've lived here at least. And someone on, like, the block next to ours, but not super far from our house, will shoot into the air in the middle of the night. And it's like handgun shots, if that makes sense. And there's always like a pile of shells on the corner of the sidewalk, like where close to where the crosswalk is, basically. And I'm like, who the frig won't even, like, just, you're already doing so many things wrong right now. Could you at least just pick up this stuff? Like, you're already being reckless enough right now. That's probably very accurate. We are getting into some magenta-like color. That's pretty exciting. Stretch, 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 stretch. Okay. I gotta stretch me now. Whew. Let me see. Have a good day, Zach. I guess I could probably explain to you what I'm doing on this row since I completely spaced out and did not. So, since I did our previous row as a cluster stitch, which is 3 stitches put into the top of one other stitch basically, what I did was, how do I explain this? I did 2 double crochets and 1/2 all in one stitch, which means I made 3 stitch spots where previously 1 was. And so I would skip 2 to tighten it down, and that would also skip 2 empty stitches that were accommodated for by the cluster. And in making that shape, if I want it to be flat on top, I wish I had explained this initially. I did my chain 2, which was my turning stitch, and then I chained 1 to serve as like a little placeholder in this little corner. I slip stitched into the top of the middle stitch in the cluster, which was the second double crochet, to fasten it down. I did another chain stitch, and in between the 2 clusters I did a double crochet, and then I did another chain stitch and attached through slip stitch. This basically is creating a straight row across so that I don't have, like in this one I chose to just go directly into the shape of the clusters as they were, but for this one I'm evening it out instead. And there's no real reason that I'm doing this instead. I just felt like it would be fun. Plus, I think it's making a really nice looking stripe. And I know that was kind of like, my thoughts were all over the place a little bit, but yeah, that's that's basically what we doing, making it flat. Yeah, see, that's what I think. It looks very, almost a little bit blended. I do not know. I think it may have ended. Because I know that they can't go too long into the summer because the lanterns look best at night. And they don't like to stay open like later than 10:30 or something. And normally our zoo closes before then anyway, I think. When there's not lantern stuff happening. So I'm not sure. Ooh. There's a Pincurchin in the chat? I don't know if I said that right. Honestly, I was impressed by the amount of good pictures I was able to get because people were really trying to just bunch up around us. We were trying to maintain distance, like we're all vaccinated and all that, but we were still trying to like keep in our little group, and everybody was just like, let's swarm you with our children so that you can worry. And I was trying not to also get pictures of anybody's kids in my shot, just because, like, that's just common decency, I think, is to not have pictures that you're going to post places with other people's kids in them. But it was kind of a lot. And also I kept walking the whole time because I was trying not to block anyone's path. The good news is I've been playing a lot of Pokemon Snap, and I've gotten really good at balancing a camera while moving. Because the Switch moves around if you move around when you're looking at Pokemon. So if you are walking or something with your Switch, the camera keeps going. So that was also just a good excuse for me to flex my ability to take photos while walking and have them not all be really blurry. It's probably one of my best skills, honestly. One of my best and least useful skills. Okay, and this is our straight edge. I think that turned out pretty good looking. Pretty good. Chain 2 and turn. I am also at this point trying especially not to put any like additional stitches in it, because the way I'm working this piece is from the bottom up. So this part will rest on the shoulders and is supposed to essentially be the widest part, and gradually it is supposed to kind of narrow a bit. And then this is kind of like, some people make them only about this tall but wider, and then you can wrap them like an infinity scarf. I didn't want to do anything quite that long because I felt like turning it and flipping it back and forth a whole lot on camera would look really weird when it was that big, because I think it would just make the camera refocus a bit too much. So I opted for, you know, a little bit smaller. So instead of like wrapping around twice, it goes up. Probably, if I want it to cover the head, it's more than twice as high, but if you have it down on your shoulders, it kind of bunches up and looks, in my opinion, it looks stylish. Did that wrong. Let's see. What stitch do I even want to do next? That sounded way more panicked than it actually is. Okay, I think I know what I want to do. I'm just gonna do another one of these because I was doing it every other row, and now I'm at a point where I had done it one row that is double crochet in a space, and then I did 2 rows that were different. One that was double crochet in space, and then 2 rows that were different again. So I'm gonna do that another time because that seems to be looking good too. When this stitch is done, I'm probably going to take another really quick bathroom break. This one will be quicker than the last one because last time Patrick also had to talk at me really quick, so. But now he is at therapy. I'm not gonna lie, I low-key would not be surprised if at some point during his therapy session he was like, yo, therapist, look at this stream. I've met his therapist. She's really, really cool. She'd probably be pretty hyped to see it, actually. There's a Flabebe in the chat. That is a very fun name. That sounds fancy. I don't know what a lot of the new Pokemon are because I haven't bought a new Pokemon game since Black and White. The reason mostly being because I started college and then I started having bills and things like that, so I stopped being able to buy myself new Pokemon games. And I never really got around to it because whenever I want to buy them, like, poke the Switch games aside, I like to keep them in order when I play them because that's just how I've been doing it my whole life. And so I've just been waiting until I have money at the right time to get the games, and I have no idea what the Pokemon even are. On rare occasion, I will buy a pack of Pokemon cards because I used to collect them when I was little. And, I mean, I love every Pokemon that comes out of them. They're really cute every time, and I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck this even... Is it a good one, or is this supposed to be bad? Some of them do look weird, but... To be honest, there's a handful in every generation that I genuinely don't like. But I also know that there's people that also really genuinely like the ones that I don't. So, no hate for those Pokemon. They're just not the ones that I would have as pets. Like Vanillish. I don't like its design at all. I don't like how it's just an ice cream cone. There's a new one that I don't like for the same reason. I think it's called Polisand. It's literally a sandcastle Pokemon. I don't know. I'm really picky about, like, inanimate object Pokemon. Because, like, Voltorb they made make sense by using cartoonish freak science. But I don't believe that they have that or have used that explanation for those other Pokemon, and so I'm just seeing them as floating out there all organic, just naturally becoming ice cream cones somehow. And that is a bit of a reach, if I may say so. Some of them that look like items I do like, though, I guess, if I have to be honest. And by some of them, what I mean is Litwick, which looks like the little candle Pokemon. But I think the main reason that I like that is because it looks like a little goth candle, because it has a little purple flame. And I just like any goth Pokemon. But that's different. That's a whole other category, right? Ones that I like don't count. But yeah, I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick again. Yeah, it won't take 2 minutes. I'm back. Thank you. Alright, Stubby Toes, see you later. Stretch the yarn while I think. Not sure how I want to go forward. We can do more bean stitch. Those are looking really cute. I think I hear Patrick. What is it?
It's time.
Oh.
My therapist said take some time for yourself.
Oh.
And they gave me some time.
What a dork.
She's a fucking 75-year-old lesbian. What do you expect?
I don't know. I'm gonna show these to Stubby. Oh wait, Stubby left. I'm gonna show him to Sin. Cause Sin's here. Look. It's time. I think Patrick forgot to bring me a drink though.
I didn't take my wallet, asshole.
I wasn't even talking shit.
I'm about to go get it now, though.
I appreciate it. Oh, and apparently you forgot tacos for Sin.
I didn't forget tacos for Sin. Sin ain't here.
I guess.
Here, I'm gonna eat the tacos and then feel bad about it.
Oh. So what you're saying is you ate the tacos and feel bad?
I'm feeling really accused right now, and I'm leaving.
Okay, you really don't have to put up with this on your therapy day. I apologize.
Here I was thinking it was gonna get Good Friday, and then I got pooped on.
Oh my god. Speaking of poop, I told Patrick I was going to tell the chat this, and then I forgot to. Today was going to start out and be a much better day, even though my day's pretty good now that I'm streaming. But I took a shower, and I was feeling very clean and happy, and then after I took the shower, I had to go number 2, and I felt so betrayed by my own body. Like, how are you gonna do that to me? Why couldn't we have done this first?
Poopy bells.
So I kind of am making this go in a little bit. Not to accommodate where we went out so much, because I still plan to hide that on the seam, which is educational, and therefore on purpose, 100%. But at this point, we kind of want it to start to go in a little bit anyway, because it's, like I said, it has a little bit of a cone structure that kind of swoops in, and that gets it to also lay how it like looks. It'll make it lay normally, basically. Because with the larger, wider part on the bottom and then the smaller on the top, the way it layers is it will kind of showcase the colors stacked up on themselves. This magenta is going to get really, really bright soon, too. That's gonna look very good. I dropped the stitch in the middle of that. The stitch that I had pulled out of there was not the stitch that I went in with. That was not nearly enough. I am acting wild. I was trying to only put six on the hook when I had been, the last one I did 8, and then this one I'm back doing it at 10. I'd have one puff stitch in the middle, all misshapen. Ooh, there's a color pop. That's good. Ooh, I like English muffins. Oh, come on. Ah. There. That one was trying to fight me. This one. Okay. Ah, another stretch. Okay. Now that I've kind of taken this in a little bit, like, well, quite a bit actually, because it goes straight and then it goes out where I kind of messed up. It went straight again, but then I kind of pulled it in. I'm going to do a row like I did the bottom where it's solid so that I can get back to like knowing exactly my count, because I want it to continue upwards for a bit and I want it to be very even. This way I can keep perfect track of how wide it needs to stay. And this counts as 1, so I skip the first stitch technically, because if this chain wasn't here and it would be a stitch in that hole. So this counts as our first stitch. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, oh, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, oh, 51, 52. Okay. So I'm at 52. And then the bottom, I chained 113. So now I'm going to want to try and keep 52 stitches consistently, pretty much the whole way up. Chain 2 and turn. Move my yarn out of the way. Oh, didn't mean to bump my microphone. Sorry if that had a bad sound. I'm just, God, I am pulling this all over the place now. I'll get it sorted, I promise. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh shit. 17, 18, 19, oh, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Thirty-one, 32, 33, 34, 35. There's a Scraggy in the chat. 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. Since my 52 is a chain space and not a double crochet, I'm going to take it from a chain space, and instead I'm going to just have 2 double crochet on this end, because I don't want to risk losing the stitch or adding one. This is just the easiest way to keep balance. Plus, I don't think when it's finished anyone will notice, honestly. I was very worried about that when I started crocheting, but when a piece is completely done, like, I can't even usually tell where mistakes are if they are there. Oh, more stretching. Scraggy's a weird... Isn't it like a fire ground type Pokemon, and it's got like a weird little belly or a pouch or something? I think they're yellow. I don't fully remember. Resituate myself in my chair. Okay, let me see. How tall are we at? That's pretty good. Dark fighting type. Okay. I don't know why I thought it was ground. What stitch do I want to do? I might think about putting this up for a little bit and doing digital art for a little while, actually. Because last time I did like way more yarn than digital art. Not that I feel like it needs to be equal, but I'm kind of having a brain fart on what stitches to kind of add at this point, and I don't want to just sit here heeing and hawing about it. That can just live there for a minute. Oh yeah, I need to get a screen clean wipe. There is that. I'll be right back. Okay. It didn't seem worth it to change the screen or anything based on that short amount of time. It's been working pretty okay since then. I haven't really done a whole lot with it. Like, as far as art is concerned, oh, and my pen is lighting up red. I wish it would have told me this sooner. Let me find a charger. Oh, God. Will this one work? No, that is not a charger. That is my Stream Deck. Is this the right one? It is also not. Okay, I got one. I'm gonna have to let that charge for a few minutes. Because I didn't know that that was basically dead until, like, right now. Because yesterday the pen was absolutely charged. In the meantime, I don't think Stubby was here for the time. Patrick got back from therapy and his therapist had given him some time. And so now there's some time on my desk. Nice little plant. It can be in the frame. It can be in the frame as a treat. This is a good opportunity to finish my tea anyway. Ow, my knee. I just shook everything. So how's everybody else's morning and afternoon going? The tea is good. It is it's caramel black tea. That is not much sleep, Stubby. I mean, I can't super judge because I often stay up way later than I need to. Partially because of insomnia. But sometimes I'm just fucking around. Quinn never sleeps. I think Quinn has probably slept 5 hours his whole life tops. I mean, the face that we see him as is metal, so I feel like you could be onto something. I didn't know that you killed Bob. Okay, Soda, thank you for stopping in. I hope you have a good day at work. I hope that the phones don't make it super difficult. I left way earlier than Houston. I think I went to bed. I think we signed off around midnight something, like maybe midnight 30 or something. But we hung around for a few minutes after that, even. But it wasn't too early. I'm not sure how long that pen takes to charge. I just know that it usually isn't super long. Oh, I know all about that, Sin. Like, he did that to himself during the hot tub stream. That's how he got burnt, is he had no idea how long he'd been there, probably. You gotta reapply, like, sunscreen every 45 minutes to an hour, I think it is. And he was in there for what? A really long-ass time. Part of the reason that he hooks you in is because he's, like, he's very engaging. He thought the clouds were his friends. Aw. Poor sweet innocent Quinn. Betrayed by his cloud buddies. Oh, let me check on this pen. Hopefully it's charged. So the light on it is still blinking red. And I assume that means that it is not ready yet. I feel like I'm not going to keep crocheting on this, but I am going to pull out, because I've honestly been neglecting it a little bit, the chevron blanket that I was working on for Patrick, because I need to do some more work on that anyway, and that'll give me something to do on screen in the meantime. Okay. Lamb. So this is how far I got. And that was, I started it right when everything started to warm up, which was a great time because the office gets super hot. And there's a fan and a ground, like a AC unit that's on the floor that's really big. And I would still be too hot if I were to work on this in there, probably. But it is it turned out longer than I initially wanted it to. But then I realized that the longer and, like, I don't know, this way that I'm stitching it, it's going to be very drapey. So I think it'll be really cozy. But yeah. I am using a hook size K, which is also a 10.5, which is also 6.50 millimeters, if that interests anybody. And this is also mandala yarn. This is the ombre, as opposed to this kind, which is, what kind was that one? I don't remember what kind it was, but it wasn't specifically the ombre. I know that much. Chain 2. This yarn is extremely soft and squishy. The way that I'm getting the ridges in this is I am going up in each stitch from the previous row, and when I get to these spaces, I'm putting a stitch on the inside of the loop as opposed to inside of the stitch, and then I'm chaining 2 and then I'm doing another double crochet in this hole of the that I've made, and then I'm continuing back down, and that gives you the continued bubble that in turn gives you the up arrow point. And then for these valleys, I'm following the path down, and instead of adding any stitches, how did I do this before? I basically jump over one and attach, and it creates the little divot in there. And then the two that I add up here accommodates for the ones that you lose. Basically, you like pass up these two bottom ones and attach, and it keeps it even. It's a little bit hard for me to explain how to crochet. I'm not going to even pretend. I'm still very new at explaining my work. Thank you, Stubby. I think I hear Patrick again. There's my dog. Oh, putting yarn in the plant. Way to go, Pickles. Thank you.
Yep. I got the stuff to make that chicken noodle soup too.
Cool.
We got a can of peas, right?
I believe so,
I
yeah.
got carrots and egg noodles. That should be all we need.
Yeah, that sounds good. Stubby says hello.
Hello, Stubby. I sent it.
Okay. Patrick just ran in here with a stock pot and whispered the words stock pot very intensely at me. You heard? I'm glad you heard it. Now you know. He does that to me like all the time. He'll just run in and very, very intense and urgently he will just whisper something random. It's really funny, but also sometimes jarring. Oh, he does. He keeps it very flavorful. I do too, though, in my own way. My own way usually means sometimes I'll just be minding my own business and I'll say something to him and he will jump because he had no idea I was there. And I usually have been standing there for like 5 to 10 minutes. I've convinced Patrick that I am a ghost on easily 5 different occasions. Oh no, there's a little knot in my yarn. The ninja jeans. Got that hella stealth. Hey, Bob. How are you? Oh my gosh. This blanket is so long that it's like flopping around and falling off the edge of the desk. I'm doing pretty good, Bob. We were gonna switch to digital art, and like my Surface Pro's been acting normal and everything like that. But then I realized that my pen needed charged, so now I'm working on Patrick's chevron blanket. Oh yeah, and there's time on the desk. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense now that I think about it, because on days when Patrick streams in the morning, it's on from when he goes live long after he's not, usually, because if we raid anybody, then I usually stay. I leave that screen up still, you know, even if I'm doing other things on it. And like, I've been doing better about not doing too many other things on it if I'm watching Twitch as well, because that also does cause it to get warm. But there have been a few times where I wasn't paying super attention and I had my drawing, like, art apps open, and I was using layers and saving different types of files and emailing files, and I had Twitch on in the background, and it gets a little toasty, and I need to probably chill out a little bit. And if I'm gonna have Twitch up on it, I should probably only have that up. And if I'm gonna do art stuff, I should probably only have that on, just for good measure from now on. It's easy to do that stuff on accident, though, when you're distracted. I am very easily distracted. Okay. There's a cramorant in the chat. I don't know what that is. Sounds weird. Gotta roll up this end a little bit so I can stretch the rest of this out. I intended for this blanket to be like throw blanket size, like it doesn't cover a full-size bed, but it lays nicely on top. And it is the width, like, we have a queen, and it hangs over both sides, to give you a good idea of, like, how great I am at measuring things in my mind and planning things out, which I like that it's going to be that size, like I said, because it's still a very good size of a blanket to have, you know. But it is very wide. We'll see you later, Stubby. Thank you for hanging out. That's kind of my thinking on it, you know? More cozy, more good. If you can hear any little sounds in the background, that's just Patrick cutting up vegetables for dinner. I'm pretty sure he's chopping carrots. Welcome back, little stubby toes. I have to open this. Need energy. A lot of people don't like Green Monster. I mean, a lot of people love Green Monster. I think it's good. Patrick thinks it's gross. I like it because it's sour. I have low-key been working on I've been trying to expand the styles of emotes that I can make a little bit, because the Cyclops emotes are all basically just like cartoons, right? But I also really like pixel art a lot, and I've been on r/Reddit, and the pixel art that some people make is like whole like landscape beautiful things and whatnot, which is like way more drastic than I'm trying to be. But I've been working on my first like more pixelated looking emote, and it's meant to look like a can like this, but I drew a pickle on it because my name is Pickles, and I wrote pickle juice on it, and I think it looks pretty cool. And I did my best to match the green too. I think it looks pretty good. Especially like, it's kind of blurry when it's big, but when I shrink it down, it looks really like closer to pixels than what my normal cartoon style looks. So as long as it looks closer, then I feel like I'm making progress. I like to have a variety of styles that I can do in most of the types of art that I do. I like to have more than one way to do stuff. Gut shot. That sounds... The name gut shot sounds painful. But I mean, I would believe that, because straight up, I like to drink pickle juice out the jar sometimes. I have since I was little. And back when I still drank, I would frequently drink picklebacks because it's cheap, but also because it's delicious. Oh, okay. I've looked at stuff like that, but these were not pickle flavored. They were like little... I don't know if it's a soda, but it comes in a can and you have like one a day, and it's supposed to like taste like fruit or something. I've considered it, just to see if it does anything. not mean to bump my microphone again. I am so sorry. Okay. So for the last stitch in this row, to keep the chevrons from becoming like wings and flying away, you always double crochet the last 2 stitches together, which I didn't learn how to do for quite a while, but it's not hard to do. Basically what it does is it will just pull the last stitch inward a little bit, and it keeps the side of it much straighter. And basically, so it's going to be like putting down 2 double crochets at once in a way, but creating only one top stitch. So I will yarn over like usual. I will go into my stitch, I will pull up a loop, I will go into the next stitch, and I will pull up a loop. I will go through the first 2 stitches, and then I will pull through 3 stitches. And I don't know if everyone does it this way, or if there's more than one way to accomplish the same thing, but that is the way that I do it. I have this whole thing rolled up to make it easier to work on. Ouch, my elbow. Okay. Give the yarn some stretch. Give my arms and shoulders some stretch. Good luck, Stubby, on the slowpoke. You will be eating delicious slowpoke tail in no time. Ow, my elbow again. I just can't stop hitting my elbow today. Okay. Well, now I've got notifications blocking my chat. Congrats, little stubby toes. Frostpunk is free in the Epic Games Store. If anyone's wondering about that. That was what my notification was. I think it's an okay game. I had it when I still had Xbox, the free games on Xbox, and I played it. It is kind of hard though. Well, I'm not going to say that it's hard for everybody. It was challenging for me to get through the first scenario. That game is definitely all about the strategy that you use. And there's not a whole lot of room for error in it. But I like it. I like that it was a challenge. Oh yeah, absolutely, Sin. Oh shit. Ooh, nice. $10 coupon. This project isn't making the camera work much harder than I actually thought it kind of was going to. Partially because I forgot that I could just roll the thing up for some reason. Bit of a brain fart there. think if I keep this rolling on one side and unrolling on the other, then I should be able to maintain this without having it falling down a lot pretty well. I think when I finish this row, I'm going to take another quick bathroom break. Which I realize I just now started this row pretty recently, but yeah, I feel like it's nice to let people know. I almost added a whole bunch more stitches there. I have not eaten a little something for lunch yet, but I did have a little something for breakfast, which I don't usually do. Patrick and I shared some fruit this morning. It was like a whole bunch of mixed fruit that a friend brought over. There was like strawberries and blueberries and blackberries. There was some watermelon in it. There was some kiwi in it. There was some pineapple in it. It was really good. I might grab a little snack when I'm done with this row too, though, now that you mention it. Listen, Freya's girl is my friend, so I'm allowed to call her friend. She even has brought me gifts upon occasion. So I feel like it's cool to say that about her. I don't think she'd be offended. When I'm done with this row, that pen probably should be done charging too, or at least close enough to where I should be able to draw a little bit before stream ends. So that's probably what I will come back with after the break. I'm hoping to work a little bit on a BRB screen, and Sai and Mitch both want me to make some things for their channel, like that sort of thing. So I'd like to get a little bit of practice in. I do need to also look up the exact measurements of what something like that should be, because for my starting screen, I wasn't really thinking about it a whole lot, and I set my canvas to be the size of my Surface Pro screen, and I kind of thought that that just meant it would format itself to screens. I don't know why, but it didn't, and it's not like I had to crop a lot out of it by any means. It's only a tiny bit at the bottom, but I would like to have the formatting as close to perfect as possible, just so that if I do make something that's accidentally really a masterpiece, it doesn't have to get cropped weird. (1920 by 1080). Okay. I think 1920 by 1080 might be one of the standard canvas sizes in my app that I use, because there's a, like, I want to say 6 to 8 like base canvas sizes to use. They cover like standard sheets of paper size, the screen size, and I want to say that's one of the other sizes that they have. There's another little knot in this yarn. Why did you do this to me? Better. Roll this up some more. She needs her nails done. She hates for us to touch her feet, so they are a little bit long right now. Got them sassy clacking nails. She's very sassy. She's like the queen of the side eye. Oh my gosh, there's another little knot in this yarn. I'm starting to suspect that Merlin got into it. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. Okay, better. Okay. We got it. Oh shit. Almost dropped it. Nope. Okay, I'm almost at the end of the row. So I'm almost at time for potty and little lunch break. And also prepare for digital art time break. I think this little detour with the chevron blanket was nice though. Is that One Punch Man with Jesus hair? Is that from like Tiny Pirate Gaming question mark? Let me look at this. Yeah, it is. I knew it. At first I was like, wait a minute, that looked like Jeebus. And then I was like, no, wait a minute, it looked like Tiny Pirate. Excuse me. Plus, I remember him saying that he really liked One Punch Man. Oh, wait. I added a single crochet. I needed to do another double crochet. Okay, so I added one too many again because I'm at the last two. I'm going to show you how I double crochet two together one more time just because I feel like doing that. And then I'm going to go on break. So I yarn over and I pull up a loop and then I go into the very last stitch and I pull up a second loop so that there's 4 on my hook. Yarn over and I pull through 2. I yarn over and I pull through 3, and that makes 2 stitch, functionally 1, and it keeps my edge pristine and sharp and amazing. So yeah, I'm gonna take a sip of this so you know I'm hydrating, and I'm going to hit my starting screen again and go on break. Thank you for hanging out. I'm back. I would have been a little bit faster with the sandwich, but near the end there, the cat really decided it was time to inhibit me. Okay. Let me open Sketchbook app. Wow, that is very bright right now. Okay, get bright again, I guess. Focus, damn you. Figure it out. Figure your shit out, camera. Oh, is that all it took? Okay. Alright, I see you. Okay. Da, 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 da. Let me scroll back from earlier and see what those measurements were. 920 by 1080. Okay. $920 by $10.80. Okay. Oh, that is so, like, not showing you the actual canvas. Okay. Oh, it's a little better. Right. Okay. There we go. Put that away. Here's my canvas. Did we discuss color, Sai? Because I don't remember. I'm gonna start my warm-ups while I wait for an answer on that. Because I need to do those anyway. I like the pencil more. That is way too big. A little smaller. Congrats, little stubby toes. I hear typing in the other room, so I'm sure he's calculating his response. Wow, that warm-up does not show up very well. Oh my god. I wonder if I need to bring it closer. Ooh, that's a little better. Oh, I asked you if we had discussed color the other day or not. Because I couldn't remember if we had chosen a palette. Let me take this even lower. That's kind of is showing it. Oh. There's a lot more lines on this. Like a lot more scribbly lines. It's the same. I don't know why it's not... Okay, I think it will be fine because I'm probably not going to put a lot of crazy tiny details into whatever I work on today. So I think this should be fine, but like... See, I've got scribble lines. It was not wanting to... After a certain size, it's not wanting to show it. Okay. I'm going to leave it like that big, probably. Well, I zoom in and out anyway, so you'll probably always see what I'm doing. I do not want to save my warm-up. No. I want to keep with Vaporwave. Okay. Retro Vapor palette. I can do that. Let me start by getting my airbrush and making it big. Vaporwave usually has purples, pinks, and a lot of blue. Some, like, pops of color. Kind of like this. Oh. Okay. Merlin? Merlin, do not eat the thyme. That is not for a kitten. I knew it had to happen at some point. Those colors are kind of... I want to kind of make the purple deeper, I think. Let's see what this looks like. I'm not sure how limited I want to make the palette, but I do know that ultimately I don't want to put so many colors in it that if I need to make more channel theme stuff later that I will have a hard time picking out colors to keep it consistent. I'm not sure how I feel about this color so far. I think I like this better. I really like how this looks. was also thinking I could do like vaporwave, yes, but like with a little emphasis on like retro. So maybe a darker purple though. This. So many options. No, not that. That's a little too much. And I like this. This looks good. It looks a little bluer. I'm noticing where the camera's picking it up. This is actually a little closer to purple. That could just be because I was having issues with the lighting earlier, though. No, not that. That looks really pretty. There's so many options, honestly. Let's start with a purple like this. I'll figure out the rest later. Which pink? Sin, which pink? That can actually get moved. The top one, okay. I wanted to know so I could save it because I'm actually covering this layer with the purple. I like this color purple. It reminds me a lot of Gengar. Maybe a little lighter than Gengar. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna cover this corner and bleed this pink into the purple. So it's about half and half. I don't know why it's showing this. This line is not present on my Surface screen. That is like just on the screen where I'm kind of monitoring chat. So if anyone's wondering, there's not like gonna be a huge permanent line in the middle. Get that a sharper line. Thank you, Stubby. I'm gonna go to my brush library because I want to kind of blend it a little bit together in the middle. Smudge brushes. We'll start with the smudge brushes. Maybe we won't use... Oh, that is way too big. I'm kind of hit and miss with whether or not I like the smudge brushes, honestly. Sometimes they work really well, and sometimes I feel like they are a little bit strange. So far, so good, though. I'm not sure how well it's rendering, but I'm basically just grabbing color from back farther on either side and gently pulling it towards the other side and meeting them in the middle to kind of get some variance in the middle ground. Because if you grab too much in the middle blending part and just keep blending it from there, eventually the color will pull away from the canvas and you will start to smudge white into it, and then that will lighten them, and it will it'll lighten them, and it'll kind of make them look pastel if you mix it enough, but I'm not really going for that, so I don't want to have a whole lot of noticeable light in the middle. Digital art pen ASMR for Sin. I'm here for it. Grazie.
Yeah.
It's not super obvious what's going on from the camera. I wish it would just kind of fix itself a little bit more, because the the blending that I'm doing is actually like, it's kind of soft and gradual, and you can't really see, but there's like pink, like I don't know, it's very soft through here, and it's just showing up as like bolder lines. That's basically where I am doing all the blending though. These colors combination together kind of reminds me of, oh, what were those called? Was it the Trix yogurt that was 2 colors?
Yes.
Where'd my drink? Oh, it's right here. Or also Nerds, yes. I love Nerds. I'm going to go into my textured watercolor brushes and I'm going to get the bristle blender brush. I'm going to try this on top of the other blend I did to see if it not only to see if it shows up better, but also because I want to get it a little more smudgy in the middle, and I think this might do better. The screen doesn't really look a whole lot different, but for me, I like this better. It's gonna look really good when you can actually see what it is. Let's see. Close this. I'm gonna take a, let's see. I feel like a lot of vaporwave stuff goes from like pinks and purples to like almost an intensely dark orange sometimes for details, and I wonder if that would look weird. Like if I did, I kind of want to make it look like there's neon going around it, but if I did like orange on the pink and then like a blue on the purple. I think I'm gonna try something like that. I think that sounds cool. I don't know how well this will show up because you can barely see the brushes as it is, but I am choosing a glow brush that is supposed to make it look like neon. I used it for the Cyclops hype emote. Honestly, I plan to like take that emote and edit it a little bit because the yellow looked a bit washed out, and I wanted to see if red or orange would look better. But I'm gonna try it on this to see how it does. I'm gonna change layers though before I wreck myself. I think if I do this right, I can color the other side blue if I use this tool and lock it. But I'm not sure. Ooh! Maybe that's a little bit thick, but that looks okay. There is like an anomaly tiny dot right there, so I have to do it again. And I don't know where it came from. Oh, that dot was pre-existing. Okay. That dot was under that layer. Whoa! My tool! No! Why will you not? Okay. Gonna nudge this up just a hair. Gonna lock this. I don't know if this is gonna work how I want it to, but when you lock a layer, you can't draw anything on it, but you can change the lines that you've put on it. So I'm gonna try and color over the neon lines in a blue and see if it makes the neon effect stay. It might be disastrous. Especially because I don't know how it's going to affect it with a different brush. Yeah, see, that doesn't really show through super good. Let me try it with the neon brush. That's weird. How do I do this? So there's no way I can draw only half of it perfect, so I'm going to erase it. I'm going to draw a rectangle on this, oh, that is very small. I'm just going to draw my own rectangle, basically. Oh, wait, no, I know how I can do this. I'll just use the line tool, duh. Which did not turn on again, oh my god. Then I can make the lines match up. Let me do that one again. Yeah, that looks good. That could be a little more even. Boom. Okay. So now we've got some neon on there. That looks pretty good. I'm gonna resize it a little bit though. Please work. Okay, there we go. There's a tyrant in the chat. I'm gonna have to take a picture of this with my phone and then put it in the chat later to prove to you all that it's not like so glaring. Like there is actually like a good amount of blue and orange that isn't washed out in this. I feel like it worked better last time, and I don't know how I had it different last time, because all I've done since then with the camera is move it like literally just upwards, because I didn't want it in the middle of my screen when I was like building houses in The Sims. Like nothing crazy really went on in here. I want to leave a little space at the bottom. Well, I don't know if I want that inside the whole thing or outside. I want to leave him a lot of space so that they can put like their social medias on the bottom. Rugged. I kind of also have an idea. Let's see. This is on. Yes. Let me get back to some of this blue. Oh, heck. I might have to just try and match the blue from before. Let's see how that looks. Oh, that is definitely more blue. Yes, this looks cool. go back to... Oh, well, can't. Okay, I'm just gonna have to keep matching it. But this looks really cool. In my opinion. Maybe to you guys it looks really weird. But I think it looks really cool. In part, I think it looks cool because it looks like, almost like dangling neon cord, but a little bit like a lava lamp too. There's my dog. Oh, I love a lava lamp. I used to own 2 lava lamps. Too blue again. The way that I'm drawing this reminds me of a very specific time and place. The time is 1998. And the place is the hallway that attached the regular mall to our Toys R Us. And they had zigzag neon that was this kind of like this pink and purple, like zigzagged through the hallway that was basically empty otherwise, and it was dimly lit, and I wish it still existed because it was the most aesthetic hallway I've ever been in. And drawing this just now reminded me of that whole thing. And I can actually, like, looking at it, I'm like, I can smell that hallway. That's weird. I think that's how I know that I am on the right track. So, what else should I add to this for now? I feel like this is a really good starting point, though, because I feel like I could do a lot with just this concept. Like, it would work well for banners because the outline is really cool. I don't know. I like this so far, though. This is probably going to be close to where my stopping point is, so I am going to go ahead and save it. I also want to show you that pixel that I was working on earlier. Save successful. Also, I could log on from this to find out, but do any of you see anybody we know that's live that I could drop you on until later? So this is what it looked like small. Oh, move can. So it's meant to look like this kind of can. And I spell my name PKLZ for pickles, so that's how I wrote it. It's supposed to look like kind of the same can. Tiny Pirates on? Okay. I don't know how to raid size, so will you help me walk me through that the first time?
Yep.
I'm glad you like it. I think it looks really, really good. And when it gets smaller, like, you can't tell because it formats itself, but it looks more detailed the smaller it gets, kind of. I don't know. I think it looks good. So, I'm going to close out of here, though.
You need to be not in Streamlabs. You need to be on your actual stream on twitch.tv.
Okay. Let me do that, then. Absolutely, Sin. I had fun. Twitch TV.
Click your profile.
My profile.
Click on Creator
fuck.
Dashboard.
That was loud.
Yeah, you're good for now. Click on Stream Manager.
Stream Manager.
Now click on Raid Channel.
Raid Channel. Oh, and it shows up.
Yep, that's how everybody raids. If you don't raid like that, you're doing it wrong. I don't know another way too. There you go, Target Fighting Darren, right there.
Grounded.
And then you hit Start Raid.
Start raid?
And then give it a second. No, go back to that.
I wanted to see that. It says something went wrong.
Oop. Close it.
Close
That
it.
little X. Hit Raid Channel.
Raid Channel.
Type in Tiny Power Gaming again.
Something went wrong again.
Huh. That is weird. I don't know. Maybe try raiding somebody else.
Okay. I don't know anyone else. These are all like bigger people.
Okay, that's fair.
Let me see. Is Tiny Pirate the only one on? Because I
He
want to
really is
try
the only one that
another
I see.
Okay, okay. Well, then I guess I just have to end it because it won't let me do the thing. But hopefully next time we can figure it out. I appreciate y'all coming on to hang out with me, though. And as long as everything goes according to plan, I'll be doing the same thing next Friday. So, yeah, I'll see you guys in chat later for Cyclops Gaming. Oh, at 7. Cyclops Gaming at 7.